The Book of Ḥanoḳ, Chapter 1. The words of the beraḳah of Enoch, with which he baraḳ the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and unrighteous are to be removed. And he took up his parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by Elohim, saw the vision of the Kadash one in the Shamayim, which the messengers showed me. And from them I heard all matters, and from them I understood as I saw, but not for this generation, but for a distant one which is to come. Concerning the elect, I said, and took up my parable concerning them. The Kadash, great one, will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal Elohim will tread upon the earth on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the Shamayim of Shamayim. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be completely torn in pieces, and all that is upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and compassion shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to Elohim, and they shall be prospered, and they shall all be baruḥ, and he will help them all. And light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And see, he comes with 10,000s of his qodeshim to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the wicked, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their wickedness which they have committed wickedly, and of all the harsh matters which wicked sinners have spoken against him. Chapter 2. Observe all matters that take place in the Shamayim, how they do not change their orbits, and the lights which are in the Shamayim, how they all rise, and put in order each in its season, and do not transgress against their appointed order. See the earth, and give heed to that which takes place upon it, from first to last, how steadfast they are, how none of that on earth changes, but all the works of Elohim appear to you. See the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds, and dew, and rain lie upon it. Chapter 3. Observe and see how all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees, which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years till the new comes. Chapter 4. And again, observe the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth over against it, and you seek shade and shelter because of the heat of the sun. And the earth also burns with growing heat, and so you cannot tread on the earth or on a rock because of its heat. Chapter 5. Observe how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit. Therefore, give heed and know with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that lives forever has made them so. And all his works go on from year to year forever, and all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks do not change, but according to how Elohim has ordained, so it is done. And see how the sea and the rivers in the same way accomplish and do not change their tasks from his commandments. But you have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of Yahuah, but you have turned away and spoken proud and harsh words with your impure mouths against his greatness. Oh, you hard-hearted, you shall find no peace. Therefore, you shall loathe your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal loathing, and you shall find no compassion. In those days you shall make your names an eternal loathing unto all the righteous, and by you all who curse shall curse, and all the sinners and wicked shall loathe by you, and for you, the wicked, there shall be a curse. And all shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every compassion and peace and patience, there shall be salvation unto them, a pleasant light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you all a curse shall abide. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be given wisdom to the elect, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through wickedness or through pride, but they who are wise shall be humble. And they shall not transgress again, nor shall they sin all the days of their Kai, nor shall they die of anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their Kai, and their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace all the days of their life. Chapter 6. And it came to be, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them good-looking and lovely daughters. And the messengers, the children of the Shamaim, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and bring forth children. And Shemyatzah, who was their leader, said to them, I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual curses, not to abandon this plan, but to do this matter. Then they all swore together and bound themselves by mutual curses upon it. And they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Yereth on the summit of Mount Kerman. And they called it Mount Kerman, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual curses upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Shamlatzetz, their leader, Arekleva, Rame El, Kokov El, Tamle El, Ramle El, Dani El, Yakis Kel, Baraki El, Asa El, Armoros, Batar El, Anan El, Tesekle El, Shemshefe El, Setar El, Suri El, Yamya El, Sari El. These are their chiefs of tens. Chapter 7. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose one for himself, and they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms, and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them to know plants. And they became pregnant, and they brought forth great giants, and the giants brought forth Nephilim, and the Nephilim brought forth Eliuth, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. Chapter 8. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the adorning of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much wickedness, and they committed whoring, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Shemyatzah taught enchantments and root cuttings. Amros, the resolving of enchantments. baraḳah, astrology. Kakavael, the constellations. Yakizkel, the knowledge of the clouds. Arike-el, the signs of the earth. Shamsi-el, the signs of the sun. And Sari-el, the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to the Shamayim. Chapter 9. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from the Shamayim and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all the lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said one to another, The earth made without inhabitant cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of the Shamayim. And now to you, the qodeshim of the Shamayim, the beings of men make their petition, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to Yahuah of the ages, Aḍon of masters, Elohim of mighty ones, sovereign of sovereigns, and Elohim of the ages. The throne of your esteem is unto all the generations of the ages, and your name, Kodesh and magnificent, and baruḳ, unto all the ages. You have made all, and you have power over all, and all are naked and open in your sight, and you see all matters, and none can hide himself from you. You see what Azazel has done, who has taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were in the Shamayim, which men were striving to learn. And Shemyatzah, to whom you have given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and by this the whole earth has been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, see, the beings of those who have died are crying and making their petition to the gates of the Shamayim, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And you know all matters before they come to pass, and you see these, and you allow them, and you do not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Chapter 10. Then said the Most High, the Kadosh and Great One, spoke, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noach, and tell him in my name, Hide yourself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a flood is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again, Yahuah said to Raphael, Bind Azazel, hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Duvael, and cast him in there, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the messengers have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secrets that the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And Yahuah said to Gabriel, Proceed against the half-breeds and the reprobates, and against the children of whoring, and destroy the children of the watchers from amongst men. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle, for they shall not have length of days. And no request that they make of you shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf. For they expect to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And Yahuah said to Michael, Go, bind Shemyatzah and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their complete end, till the judgment that is forever and ever is ended. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thereon be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wicked from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end. And let the plant of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a beraḳah. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forever. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they bring forth thousands of children, and all the days of their youth and their old age they shall complete in peace. And then the whole earth shall be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees, and be full of beraḳah. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it, and the vines which they plant upon it shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown upon, each measure shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olives shall yield 10 presses of oil. And you cleanse the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all wickedness, and all the uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth, destroy from off the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration, and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send upon it from generation to generation and forever. Chapter 11. And in those days I will open the store chambers of beraḳah, which are in the Shamayim, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labor of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. Chapter 12. Before these matters Enoch was hidden, and none of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the qodeshim. And I, Enoch, baraḳ Yahuah of majesty, and the sovereign of the ages. And see, the watchers called me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, you scribe of righteousness, go, declare to the watchers of the Shamayim, who have left the high Shamayim, the Kodesh eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. You have wrought great destruction on the earth, and you shall have no peace, nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But compassion and peace shall you not attain. Chapter 13. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, you shall have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against you to put you in bonds, and you shall not have toleration nor request granted to you, because of the unrighteousness which you have taught, and because of all the works of wickedness and unrighteousness and sin which you have shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they pleaded with me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of Yahuah of the Shamayim. For from thereon they could not speak, nor lift up their eyes to the Shamayim, for shame of their sins for which they have been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their spirits, and their deeds individually, and in regard to the request that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan to the southwest of Kerman, I read their petition till I fell asleep. And see, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me, and I saw visions of rebuke. And a voice came bidding to tell it to the sons of the Shamayim, and reprimand them. And when I awoke, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Ath-el-Sail, which is between Lebanon and Sen-Esir, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep, and I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the watchers of the Shamayim. Chapter 14. The Book of the Words of Righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Kadash Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with the tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse with and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so has he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of the Shamayim. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you, even so will not be granted unto you. And from here on you shall not ascend into the Shamayim until all eternity, and in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and you shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. And your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. See, in the vision, clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me, and the course of the stars and the lightnings sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly and lifted me upward, and carried me into the Shamayim. And I went in till I drew near to a wall, which is built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to terrorize me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew near to a large house which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a mosaic floor of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. Its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their Shamayim was as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling took hold of me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I saw a vision. And see, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it is so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings, and the path of the stars, and its ceiling also was flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a high throne, its appearance as crystal, and the wheels thereof as a shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim. And from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look upon it. And the great esteem sat upon it, and his garments shone more brightly than the sun, and were whiter than any snow. None of the messengers could enter and look upon his face because of the magnificence and esteem, and no flesh could look upon him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw near him. 10,000 times 10,000 before him, yet he needed no counselor. And the most qodeshim who were near to him did not leave by night, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling. And Yahuah called me with his own mouth and said to me, Come here, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the qodeshim came to me and woke me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. Chapter 15. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, you righteous man, and scribe of righteousness. Approach here and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of the Shamayim, who have sent you to intercede for them, you should intercede for men, and not men for you. Why have you left the high, Kodesh, and eternal Shamayim, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as sons? And though you were Kodesh, spiritual, living the eternal Kai, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have brought forth with the blood of flesh, and, as the children of men, have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish. Therefore have I given them wives, also that they might impregnate them, and bring forth children by them, that thus none might be lacking to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal Kai, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. For as for the spiritual ones of the Shamayim, in the Shamayim is their dwelling. And now the giants, who are produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they were born from men, and from the Kodesh watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of the Shamayim, in the Shamayim shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men, and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. Chapter 16. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the beings of whose flesh the spirits have gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the complete end, the great judgment, in which the age shall be ended, over the watchers and the wicked. Even so shall be completely ended. And now, as to the watchers who have sent you to intercede for them, who had been previously in the Shamayim, say to them, You had been in the Shamayim, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless matters, and these in the hardness of your hearts you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries, women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, You have no peace. Chapter 17. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wanted, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to the Shamayim. And I saw the places of the lights and the treasuries of the stars and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where there were a fiery bow and arrows and their quiver and a fiery sword and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every going down of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water and discharges itself into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place where all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. Chapter 18. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth, and the firmament of the Shamayim. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of the Shamayim, and have their station between the Shamayim and the earth. These are the pillars of the Shamayim. I saw the winds of the Shamayim, which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their going down. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the messengers. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the Shamayim above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of a colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to the Shamayim like the throne of Elohim, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire, and beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth. There the Shamayim were completed. And I saw a deep abyss with columns of fire of the Shamayim, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure, alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the Shamayim above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the messenger said, "This place is the end of the Shamayim and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of the Shamayim. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of Yahuah in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be completely ended for 10,000 years. Chapter 19. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the messengers who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits assuming many different forms are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as mighty ones, till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be rightly ruled till they are made an end of. And the women also of the messengers who went astray shall become demons. And I, Ḥanoḳ, alone saw the vision, the end of all matters, and no man shall see as I have seen. Chapter 20. And these are the names of the Kodesh messengers who watch. Uriel, one of the Kodesh messengers, who is over the world and over Gai Hinnom. Raphael, one of the Kodesh messengers, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the Kodesh messengers, who takes vengeance on the world of the lights. Michael, one of the Kodesh messengers, in order that he is appointed over the best part of mankind and over disorder. Sarachiel, one of the Kodesh messengers, who is appointed over the spirits who sin in the spirit. Gavrael, one of the Kodesh messengers, who is over paradise, and the serpents, and the cherubim. Ramael, one of the Kodesh messengers, whom Elohim appointed over those who rise. Chapter 21. And I proceeded to where matters were disordered, and I saw there some horrible matter. I saw neither a shamayim above, nor a firmly founded earth, but a place disorderly and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the shamayim bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in here? Then spoke Uriel, one of the Kodesh messengers who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Ḥanoḳ, why do you ask, and why are you eager for the truth? These are of the number of the stars of the shamayim, which have transgressed the command of Yahuah, and are bound here till 10,000 years, the time entailed by their sins, are ended. And from there I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible matter, a great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was divided as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I guess. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Uriel answered me, one of the Kodesh messengers who was with me, and said to me, Ḥanoḳ, why have you such fear and terror? And I answered, Because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said to me, This place is the prison of the messengers, and here they will be imprisoned forever. Chapter 22. And then I went to another place, and he showed me in the west another great and high mountain of hard rock, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep are dark to look at. Then Raphael answered, one of the Kodesh messengers who was with me, and said to me, These hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the beings of the dead should assemble there, even that all the beings of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them till the day of their judgment, until their appointed time, till the great judgment upon them. I saw the spirits of the children of men who were dead, and their voice went forth to the shamayim and petitioned. And I asked Raphael, the messenger who was with me, and I said to him, This spirit, whose is it whose voice goes forth and petitions? And he answered me, saying, This is the spirit which went forth from Havel, whom his brother Cain slew, and he makes his petition against him till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. Then I asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, Why is one separated from the other? And he answered me and said to me, These 3 have been made that the spirits of the dead might be separated, and such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And such has been made for sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be put aside in this great pain till the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of the accursed forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their petition, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous, but sinners, who were complete in transgression, and of the transgressors they shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from there. Then I baraḳ Yahuah of esteem, and said, Baruch be Aḍonai, Yahuah of righteousness, who rules forever. Chapter 23. From there I went to another place to the west of the ends of the earth, and I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and did not cease from its course day or night, but regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which does not rest? Then Raguel, one of the Kodesh messengers who was with me, answered me and said to me, This course of fire which you have seen is the fire in the west, which pursues all the lights of the Shamayim. Chapter 24. And from there I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing each from the other, and the stones were magnificent and pleasant, magnificent as a whole, of magnificent appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, 1 founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, 1 upon the other, and deep rough ravines, none of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of the throne, and fragrant trees encircled the throne. And amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelled, neither was any amongst them, nor were others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not forever, and its fruit is pleasant, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, How pleasant is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the Kodesh and honored messengers who was with me, and was their leader. Chapter 25. And he said to me, Ḥanoḳ, why do you ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why do you want to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I want to know about all matters, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which you have seen, whose summit is like the throne of Elohim, is his throne, where the Kodesh Great One, Yahuah of esteem, the eternal sovereign, will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all, and bring to its end forever. It shall then be given to the righteous and Kodesh. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the Kodesh place, to the Haikal of Yahuah, the eternal sovereign. Then they shall rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the Kodesh place they shall enter. And its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long life on earth, such as your fathers lived. And in their days shall no sorrow or plague or torment or calamity touch them. Then I baraḳ the Elohim of esteem, the eternal sovereign, who has prepared such matters for the righteous, and has created them and promised to give to them. Chapter 26. And I went from there to the middle of the earth, and I saw a baruḳ place, in which there were trees with branches abiding and blooming. And there I saw a Kodesh mountain, and underneath the mountain, to the east, there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine, wherein also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And to the west of there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of a small height, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the 3 mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine. Truly, I marveled very much. Chapter 27. Then I said, For what object is this baruḳ land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the Kodesh messengers who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together who utter with their lips against Yahuah indecent words, and of his esteem speak harshness. Here shall they be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the compassionate baraḳ Yahuah of esteem, the eternal sovereign. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall baraḳ him for the compassion in accordance with which he has assigned them. Then I baraḳ Yahuah of esteem, and proclaimed his esteem, and exalted him magnificently. Chapter 28. And then I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert, and I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed forth from above, rushing like a plentiful watercourse towards the northwest. It caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. Chapter 29. And then I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And I there saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. Chapter 30. And beyond these I went far to the east, and I saw another place, a valley of water, and therein there was a tree, the color of fragrant trees, such as the gum tree. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon, and beyond these I proceeded to the east. Chapter 31. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there sweet liquid flowed forth from them, which is named Sarara and Galbanam. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of incense, being like almond trees, and when one burnt it, it smelled sweeter than any fragrant odor. Chapter 32. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees, and cinnamon and pepper. And then I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed above the eastern sea, and went far from it, and passed over the messenger Zotael. And I came to the garden of righteousness, and saw beyond those trees many large trees growing there, and of pleasant fragrance, large, very pleasant, and great, and the tree of wisdom, of which they eat and know great wisdom. That tree is in the height like the fir, and its leaves are like the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very lovely, and the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, how lovely is the tree, and how good to look at. Then Raphael, the Kodesh messenger who was with me, answered me and said, this is the tree of wisdom, of which your elderly father and your aged mother, who were before you, have eaten, and they learned wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. Chapter 33. And from there I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, and each differed from the other, and birds also differing in appearance, and form, and voice, the one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth whereon the Shamaim rest, and the portals of the Shamaim open. And I saw how the stars of the Shamaim come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets, of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their courses and their positions, and their times and their months, as Uriel, the Kodesh messenger who was with me, showed me. He showed all matters to me, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws, and their beginnings. Chapter 34. And from there I went towards the north, to the ends of the earth. And there I saw a great and magnificent object at the ends of the whole earth. And here, Yahuah of hosts, I saw 3 portals of the Shamayim open in the Shamayim. Through each of them proceed north winds. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good, but when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. Chapter 35. And from there I went towards the west, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the Shamayim open, such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals, and the same number of outlets. Chapter 36. And from there I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the Shamayim, and then there come dew, rain, and wind. And from there I went to the east, to the ends of the Shamayim, and saw where the 3 eastern portals of the Shamayim open, and small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of the Shamayim, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I baraḳ always Yahuah of esteem, and I continue to baraḳ Yahuah of esteem, who has wrought great and magnificent wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the messengers, and to spirits, and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might and praise the great work of his hands, and baraḳ him forever. Chapter 37. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Enoch, the son of Zereth, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Cainan, the son of Enosh, the son of Sheth, the son of Aḍam, saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and say to those who dwell on the earth, Hear, you men of old time, and see, you that come after, the words of the Kadosh One, which I will speak before Yahuah of hosts. It were better to declare to the men of old time, but even from those that come after, we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day such wisdom has never been given by Yahuah of hosts, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of Yahuah of hosts, by whom the lot of eternal Kai has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell on the earth. Chapter 38. The first parable. When the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and shall be driven from the face of the earth. And when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon Yahuah of hosts, and light shall appear to the righteous and the elect who dwell on the earth, where then will be the dwelling of the sinners, and where the resting place of those who have denied Yahuah of hosts. It would have been good for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners rightly ruled, and the wicked driven from the presence of the righteous and elect. From that time, those that possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to look upon the face of the Kodesh. For Yahuah of hosts has caused his light to appear on the face of the Kodesh, righteous and elect. Then shall the sovereigns and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and Kodesh. And from there on, none shall seek for themselves compassion from Yahuah of hosts, for their life is at an end. Chapter 39. And it shall come to be in those days that elect and Kodesh children will descend from the high Shamayim, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Ḥanoḳ received books of ardor and wrath, and books of unrest and expulsion. And compassion shall not be granted to them, says Yahuah of hosts. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and put me down at the end of the Shamayim. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the Kodesh, and the resting places of the righteous. Here my eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous messengers, and their resting places with the Kodesh. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men, and righteousness flowed before them as water, and compassion like dew upon the earth. And so it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place my eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of belief. And I saw his dwelling place under the wings of Yahuah of hosts. And righteousness shall prevail in his days, and the righteous and elect shall be without number before him forever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of beraḳah, and their lips exalt the name of Yahuah of hosts, and righteousness before him shall never fail, and uprightness shall never fail before him. There I wanted to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place, and there as yet has been my portion, for so has it been established concerning me before Yahuah of hosts. In those days I praised and exalted the name of Yahuah of hosts with baraḳah and praises, because he has destined me for beraḳah and esteem according to the good pleasure of Yahuah of hosts. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I baraḳ him and praised him, saying, Baruch is he, and may he be baruch from the beginning and for eternity. And before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who do not sleep baraḳ you. They stand before your esteem and baraḳ, praise, and exalt, saying, Kodesh, Kodesh, Kodesh is Yahuah of hosts. He fills the earth with spirits. And here my eyes saw all those who do not sleep. They stand before him and baraḳ, and say, Baruch be you, and Baruch be the name of Yahuah forever and ever. And my face was changed, for I could no longer look on. Chapter 40. And after that I saw thousands of thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before Yahuah of hosts. And on the four sides of Yahuah of hosts I saw four presences, different from those that do not sleep. And I learned their names, for the messengers that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden matters. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before Yahuah of esteem. The first voice baraḳ Yahuah of hosts forever and ever. And the second voice I heard, beraḳah, the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon Yahuah of hosts. And the third voice I heard, pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth, and make supplication in the name of Yahuah of hosts. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the adversaries and forbidding them to come before Yahuah of hosts to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that I asked the messenger of peace who went with me, who showed me all matters that are hidden. Who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? And he said to me, This first is Michael, full of favor and patient, And the second, who was appointed over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is appointed over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is appointed over the repentance unto expectancy of those who inherit eternal Kai, is named Phanuel. And these are the four messengers of Yahuah of hosts, and the four voices I heard in those days. Chapter 41. And after that I saw all the secrets of the Shamayim, and how the rain is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect and the mansions of the Qodesh. And my eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from there, which denied the name of Yahuah of hosts, and being dragged off. And they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from Yahuah of hosts. And there my eyes saw the secrets of the lightning and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And these I saw from where they proceed in that place, and from where they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw closed chambers, out of which the winds are divided, the chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, where they proceed and where they come again, and their magnificence return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they do not add to their orbit, and they do not take from it, and they keep trust with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first, the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of Yahuah of hosts, and mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before Yahuah of hosts. And they give thanks and praise and do not rest, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes often for a beraḳah or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous and darkness to the sinners, in the name of Yahuah, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of men, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous, in the name of his righteousness. For no messenger delays, and no power is able to delay. For he appoints a right ruler for them all, and he rightly rules them all before him. Chapter 42. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the Shamayim. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place, and took her seat among the messengers. And unrighteousness went forth from her chambers, whom she did not seek, she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert and dew on a thirsty land. Chapter 43. And I saw other lightnings and the stars of the Shamayim, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they listened to him. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their proportions of light, the width of their spaces, and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning, and their revolution according to the number of the messengers, and they keep trust with each other. And I asked the messenger who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, "What are these?" And he said to me, "Yahuah of hosts has showed you their similarity. These are the names of the Qodesh who dwell on the earth, and believe in the name of Yahuah of hosts forever and ever." Chapter 44. Also another matter I saw in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings and cannot part with their new form. Chapter 45. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the qodeshim and Yahuah of hosts. And into the shamayim they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of Yahuah of hosts, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day my elect one shall sit on the throne of esteem, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable, and their beings shall grow strong within them when they see my elect ones, and those who have called upon my magnificent name. Then will I cause my elect one to dwell among them, and I will transform the shamayim and make it an eternal beraḳah and light. And I will transform the earth and make it a baraḳah, and I will cause my elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not place a foot upon it. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. Chapter 46. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being whose face had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of favor, like one of the Kodesh messengers. And I asked the messenger who went with me, and showed me all the hidden matters concerning the bane of Aḍam, who he was, and where he was, why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said to me, This is the bane of Aḍam, who has righteousness, and with whom dwelt righteousness, and who revealed all the treasures of that which is hidden, because Yahuah of hosts has chosen him, and whose lot has the preeminence before Yahuah of hosts in uprightness forever. And this bane of Aḍam, whom you have seen, shall raise up the sovereigns and the mighty from their thrones, and shall loosen the kidneys of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the sovereigns from their thrones and reigns, because they do not exalt and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge where the reign was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the pride of the strong, and shall fill them with shame. And darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed. And they shall have no expectancy of rising from their beds, because they do not exalt the name of Yahuah of hosts. And these are they who judge the stars of the shamayim, and raise their hands against the Most High, and tread upon the earth, and dwell upon it. And all their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches. And their belief is in the mighty ones which they have made with their hands, and they deny the name of Yahuah of hosts. And they persecute the houses of his congregations, and the trustworthy who hang upon the name of Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 47. And in those days the prayer of the righteous and the blood of the righteous shall have ascended from the earth before Yahuah of hosts. In those days the qodeshim who dwell above in the shamayim shall unite with one voice, and make supplication, and pray, and praise, and give thanks, and baraḳ the name of Yahuah of hosts, on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before Yahuah of hosts, that judgment may be done unto them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days, when he seated himself upon the throne of his esteem, and the books of the living were opened before him, and all his hosts which is in the shamayim above, and his counselors stood before him. And the hearts of the Kodesh were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous been required before Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 48. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom. And all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous, and Qodesh, and elect. And at that hour the bane of Aḍam was named, in the presence of Yahuah of hosts, and his name before the head of days. Even before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the Shamayim were made, his name was named before Yahuah of hosts. He shall be a staff to the righteous, to brace themselves upon, and not fall. And he shall be the light of the nations, and the expectancy of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on the earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and baraḳ and celebrate Yahuah of hosts with song. And for this reason he has been chosen and hidden before him, before the creation of the world and for eternity. And the wisdom of Yahuah of hosts has revealed him to the Qodesh and righteous. For he has preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of Yahuah of hosts. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure has it been in regard to their life. In these days the sovereigns of the earth shall have become downcast in face, and the strong who possess the land because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction they shall not save themselves. And I will give them over into the hands of my elect. As straw in the fire, so they shall burn before the face of the Qodesh. As lead in the water, they shall sink before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall be found any more. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth, and before them they shall fall and not rise again. And there shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them, for they have denied Yahuah of hosts and his anointed. The name of Yahuah of hosts be baruḳ. Chapter 49. For wisdom is poured out like water, and esteem failed not before him for eternity. For he is mighty in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow, and have no continuance, because the elect one stands before Yahuah of hosts, and his esteem is forever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret matters, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him, for he is the elect one before Yahuah of hosts, according to his good pleasure. Chapter 50. And in those days a change shall take place for the Qodesh and elect, and the light of days shall abide upon them, and esteem and honor shall turn to the Qodesh, on the day of affliction, on which evil shall have been treasured up against the sinners. And the righteous shall be victorious in the name of Yahuah of hosts, and he will cause the others to witness that they may repent and abandon the works of their hands. They shall have no honor through the name of Yahuah of hosts, yet through his name shall they be saved. And Yahuah of hosts will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great. And he is righteous also in his judgment, and in the presence of his esteem unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment the unrepentant shall perish before him, and from here on I will have no compassion on them, says Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 51. And in those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it, and the grave also shall give back that which it has received, and Sheol shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and Qodesh from among them, for the day has drawn near that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For Yahuah of hosts has given to him and has esteemed him. And in those days the mountains shall leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like lambs satisfied with milk, and the faces of the messengers and the Shamayim shall be lit up with joy. And the earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk upon it. Chapter 52. And after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west. There my eyes saw all the secret matters of the Shamayim that shall be, a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the messenger who went with me, saying, What are these which I have seen in secret? And he said to me, All these which you have seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that messenger of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto you all the secret matters which surround Yahuah of hosts. And these mountains which your eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one, as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above. And they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to be in those days that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver, and none be able to escape. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these shall be destroyed from the surface of the earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 53. There my eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth and sea and islands shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage, but that deep valley shall not become full. And their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners devour all whom they lawlessly oppress. Yet the sinners shall be destroyed before the face of Yahuah of hosts, and they shall be banished from off the face of his earth, and they shall perish forever and ever. For I saw all the messengers of punishment abiding and preparing all the instruments of Satan. And I asked the messenger of peace who went with me, For whom are they preparing these instruments? And he said to me, They prepare these for the sovereigns and the mighty of this earth, that they may be destroyed by them. And after this, the righteous and elect one shall cause the house of his congregation to appear. From now on, they shall be no longer hindered in the name of Yahuah of hosts. And these mountains shall not stand as the earth before his righteousness, and the hills shall be as a fountain of water, and the righteous shall have rest from the oppression of sinners. Chapter 54. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the sovereigns and the mighty, and began to cast them into this deep valley. And there my eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the messenger of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? And he said to me, These are being prepared for the host of Azael, so that they may take them and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as Yahuah of hosts commanded. And Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Phanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that Yahuah of hosts may take vengeance on them for their unrighteousness in becoming subject to Satan and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. And in those days punishment shall come from Yahuah of hosts, and he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the Shamayim, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth. And all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the Shamayim is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on the earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the Shamayim. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness, which they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. Chapter 55. And after that, the head of days repented and said, In vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he swore by his great name, From now on I will not do so to all who dwell on the earth. And I will place a sign in the Shamayim, and this shall be a pledge of good trust between me and them forever, so long as the Shamayim is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the messengers on the day of tribulation and pain because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, says Elohim, Yahuah of hosts. You mighty sovereigns who dwell on the earth, you shall have to look upon my elect one, how he sits on the throne of esteem and judges Azazel and all his associates and all his hosts in the name of Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 56. And I saw there the host of the messengers of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the messenger of peace who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said to me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, and the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not be reckoned thereafter. And in those days the messengers shall return and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and the Mathites. They shall stir up the sovereigns, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves. And their right hand shall be strong against themselves, and a man shall not know his brother, nor a son his father or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days the grave shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. The grave shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. Chapter 57. And it came to be after this, that I saw another host of chariots, and men riding upon them, and coming on the winds from the east, and from the west to the south. And the noise of their chariots was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the qodeshim from the Shamayim observed it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from the one end of the Shamayim to the other in one day. And they shall all fall down and worship Yahuah of hosts. And this is the end of the second parable. Chapter 58. And I began to speak the third parable concerning the righteous and elect. Baruch are you, you righteous and elect, for magnificent shall be your lot, and the righteous shall be in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal Kayih. The days of their Kayih shall be unending, and the days of the Kodesh without number. And they shall seek the light and find righteousness with Yahuah of hosts. There shall be peace to the righteous in the name of the eternal Aḍon. And after this, it shall be said to the Kodesh in the Shamayim, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of belief. For it has become bright as the sun upon earth, and the darkness is past. And there shall be a light that never ends, and to a number of days they shall not come, for the darkness shall first have been destroyed, and the light of uprightness established forever before Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 59. In those days my eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings and of the lights, and the right rulings they execute, and they lighten for a baraḳah or a curse as Yahuah of hosts desires. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in the Shamayim, the sound thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the right rulings executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and beraḳah, or for a curse according to the word of Yahuah of hosts. And after that, all the secrets of the lights and lightnings were shown to me, and they lighten for beraḳah and for satisfying. Chapter 60. In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch. In that parable, I saw how a mighty quaking made the Shamayim of Shamayim to quake, and the host of the Most High, and the messengers, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, were disturbed with a great unrest. And the head of days sat on the throne of his esteem, and the messengers and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and my kidneys melted, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another messenger from among the qodeshim, and he raised me up. And when he raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion and the quaking of the Shamayim. And Michael said to me, Why are you disturbed with such a vision? Until this day lasted the day of his compassion, and he has shown favor and patience towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day and the power and the punishment and the judgment come, which Yahuah of hosts has prepared for those who do not worship the righteous law, and for those who deny the righteous right ruling, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared. For the elect, a covenant, but for sinners, a judgment. When the punishment of Yahuah of hosts shall rest upon them, it shall rest in order that the punishment of Yahuah of hosts may not come in vain, and it shall slay the children with their mothers, and the children with their fathers. Afterward, the judgment shall take place according to his compassion and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean over the fountains of the waters. And the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Dewaith-ayin, on the east of the garden where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the 7th from Aḍam, the first man whom Yahuah of hosts created. And I pleaded with the other messenger that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day and cast, the one into the abysses of the sea, and the other unto the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, You son of man, in this do you seek to know what is hidden? And the other messenger who went with me and showed me what was hidden told me what is first and last in the Shamayim, in the height and beneath the earth, in the depth and at the ends of the Shamayim, and on the foundation of the Shamayim. And the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that is fitting, and the divisions of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided. And the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings, that it may lighten, and their host, that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest assigned while it is waiting for his peal. And the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Spirit and do not separate. For when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, and divides equally between them. For the treasury of their peals is like the sand, and each one of them, as it peals, is held with a bridle, and turned back by the power of the Spirit, and pushed forward according to the many quarters of the earth. And the spirit of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of his strength, he draws it back with a rein, and in the same way it is driven forward and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the spirit of the hoarfrost is his own messenger, and the spirit of the hail is a good messenger. And the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chamber on account of his strength. There is a special spirit therein, and that which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name is frost. And the spirit of the mist is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber, for its course is magnificent both in light and in darkness, and in winter and in summer, and in its chamber is a messenger. And the spirit of the dew has its dwelling at the ends of the Shamayim, and is connected with the chambers of the rain. And its course is in winter and summer, and its clouds and the clouds of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the spirit of the rain goes forth from its chamber, the messengers come and open the chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on the earth. And whenever it unites with the water on the earth, for the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourishment for the earth from the Most High, who is in the Shamayim. Therefore, there is a measure for the rain, and the messengers take it in charge. And these I saw towards the garden of the righteous. And the messenger of peace who was with me said to me, these two monsters, prepared conformable to the greatness of Elohim, shall feed. Chapter 61. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those messengers, and they took to their wings and flew, and they went towards the north. And I asked the messenger, saying unto him, why have they taken these cords and gone off? And he said to me, they have gone to measure. And the messenger who went with me said to me, these shall bring the measures of the righteous, and the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, that they may support themselves on the name of Yahuah of hosts forever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect, and those are the measures which shall be given to belief, and which shall strengthen righteousness. And these measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth, and those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been devoured by the beast, and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and support themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before Yahuah of hosts, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in the Shamayim received a command and power and one voice and one light like fire. And their first words, that one they baraḳ and exalted and lifted up with wisdom, and they were wise in utterance and in the spirit of qodeshim. And Yahuah of hosts placed the elect one on the throne of esteem, and he shall judge all the works of the Kodesh above in the Shamayim, and in the balance shall their deeds be weighed. And when he shall lift up his face to judge their secret ways, according to the word of the name of Yahuah of hosts, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of Yahuah of hosts, then shall they all with one voice speak and baraḳ and esteem and exalt and kadosh the name of Yahuah of hosts. And he will summon all the host of the Shamayim, and all the qodeshim above, and the host of Elohim, the cherubim, seraphim, and ophanim, and all the messengers of power, and all the messengers of principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on the earth, and over the water. On that day shall raise one voice, and baraḳ, and esteem, and exalt in the spirit of belief, and in the spirit of wisdom, and in the spirit of patience, and in the spirit of favor, and in the spirit of judgment, and of peace, and in the spirit of goodness, and shall all say with one voice, Baruch is he, and may the name of Yahuah of hosts be baruch forever and ever. All who do not sleep in the Shamayim above shall baraḳ him. All the qodeshim who are in the Shamayim shall baraḳ him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of qodeshim, and every spirit of light who is able to baraḳ and esteem and exalt and kadosh your baruch name, and all flesh shall beyond measure esteem and baraḳ your name forever and ever. For great is the favor of Yahuah of hosts, and he is patient in all his works, and all that he has created he has revealed to the righteous and elect in the name of Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 62. And thus Yahuah commanded the sovereigns, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes, and lift up your horns, if you are able to recognize the elect one. And Yahuah of hosts seated him on the throne of his esteem, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him, and the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the sovereigns, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth, and they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his esteem, and righteousness is rightly ruled before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then pain shall come upon them as on a woman in travail, when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be sad-faced, and pain shall seize them, when they see the bane of Aḍam sitting on the throne of his esteem. And the sovereigns and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall barack and esteem and exalt him who rules over all, who was hidden. For from the beginning the bane of Aḍam was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect in Qodesh shall be shown, and all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the sovereigns, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces, and worship, and place their expectancy upon the bane of Aḍam, and petition him, and make supplication for compassion at his hands. Nevertheless, that Aḍon of hosts will so press them, that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper on their faces. And he will deliver them to the messengers for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of Yahuah of hosts rested upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood. And the righteous and elect shall be saved on that day, and they shall never thereafter see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. And Yahuah of hosts will abide over them, and with the bane of Aḍam they shall eat and lie down and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth and ceased to be sad-faced, and they shall have been clothed with garments of esteem. And these shall be the garments of Kai from Yahuah of hosts, and your garments shall not grow old, nor your esteem pass away before Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 63. In those days the mighty and the sovereigns who possess the earth shall beg to grant them a little relief from his messengers of punishment to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before Yahuah of hosts, and confess their sins before him. And they shall baraḳ and esteem Yahuah of hosts, and say, Baruch is Yahuah of hosts, and Yahuah of sovereigns, and Yahuah of the mighty, and Yahuah of the rich, and Yahuah of esteem, and Yahuah of wisdom. And splendid in every secret matter is your power from generation to generation, and your esteem forever and ever. Deep are all your secrets and innumerable, and your righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learned that we should esteem and baraḳ Yahuah of sovereigns, and him who is sovereign over all sovereigns. And they shall say, Oh, that we had rest to esteem, and give thanks and confess our belief before his esteem. And now we long for a little rest, but do not find it. We follow hard upon, and do not obtain. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place forever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor esteemed the name of Yahuah of hosts. But our expectancy was in the scepter of our reign, and in our esteem. And in the day of our suffering and tribulation, he does not save us, and we find no relief for confession that our Aḍon is true in all his works, and in his right rulings, and his justice, and his right rulings have no respect to persons. And we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they shall say unto themselves, Our beings are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the midst thereof into the burden of Gehinnom. And after that their faces shall be filled with darkness and shame before the bane of Aḍam, and they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face in their midst. Thus spoke Yahuah of hosts. This is the statute and judgment with respect to the mighty and the sovereigns and the exalted and those who possess the earth before Yahuah of hosts. Chapter 64. And other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the messenger saying, These are the messengers who descended to the earth and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. Chapter 65. And in those days Noach saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was near. And he arose from there, and went to the ends of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noach said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I said to him, Tell me what it is that is falling out on the earth, that the earth is in such evil plight and shaken, if perhaps I shall perish with it. And after that there was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from the Shamayim, and I fell on my face. And Enoch my grandfather came and stood by me, and said to me, Why have you cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? And a command has gone forth from the presence of Yahuah concerning those who dwell on the earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learned all the secrets of the messengers, and all the violence of the adversaries, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images for the whole earth. And how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth. For lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and a messenger stands therein, and that messenger is the head. And after that, my grandfather Enoch took hold of me by my hand, and raised me up, and said to me, Go, for I have asked Yahuah of hosts regarding this commotion on the earth. And he said to me, Because of their unrighteousness, their judgment has been determined upon, and shall not be withheld by me forever. Because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learned, the earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these, they have no place of repentance forever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and they are the condemned. But as for you, my son, Yahuah of hosts knows that you are pure and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets. And he has destined your name to be among the Qodesh, and will preserve you amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined your righteous seed both for sovereignty and for great honors. And from your seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous and Qodesh without number forever. Chapter 66. And after that, he showed me the messengers of punishment who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath in the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who dwell on the earth. And Yahuah of hosts gave command to the messengers who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check, for those messengers were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. Chapter 67. And in those days the word of Elohim came unto me, and he said to me, Noach, your lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the messengers are making a wooden object, and when they have completed that task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life, and a change shall come, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will establish your seed before me forever and ever, and I will spread abroad those who dwell with you. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be baruḥ and multiply on the earth in the name of Yahuah. And he will imprison those messengers who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown to me in the west, among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great earthquake and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal and from the earthquake in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters. And that valley of the messengers who had led astray burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these messengers are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the sovereigns and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied Yahuah of hosts, and see their punishment daily, and yet do not believe in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before Yahuah of hosts none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body and deny the Ruach of Yahuah. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days. For when those messengers are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the messengers ascend, this water of the springs shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, This judgment with which the messengers are judged is a witness for the sovereigns and the mighty who possess the earth. Because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the sovereigns and the lusts of their body, therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. Chapter 68. And after that, my grandfather Enoch gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book and the parables which had been given to him, and he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day Michael answered Raphael and said, The power of the Spirit transports and makes me tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the messengers. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away? And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, Who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose kidneys are not troubled by this word of judgment gone forth upon them, because of those who have thus led them out? And it came to be, when he stood before Yahuah of hosts, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of Yahuah, for Yahuah of hosts has been angry with them, because they do as if they were Yahuah. Therefore all that is hidden shall come upon them forever and ever. For neither messenger nor man shall have his portion, but alone they have received their judgment forever and ever. Chapter 69. And after this judgment they shall terrify and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And see, the names of those messengers, and these are their names. The first of them is Shemyatsa, the second Artakifa, and the third Armain, the fourth Kokavaal, the fifth Toraal, the sixth Rumyaal, the seventh Daniel, the eighth Nekael, the ninth barakiel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Amaros, the 12th Batayael, the 13th Basasayael, the 14th Canonel, the 15th Turel, and the 16th Simapasiel, the 17th Yetriel, the 18th Tumael, the 19th Suriel, the 20th Ramiel, the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their messengers and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds and over 50s and over 10s. The name of the first, Yachan, that is, the one who led astray the sons of Elohim, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second was named Asvael. He imparted to the Kodesh sons of Elohim evil counsel, and led them astray, so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gathrael. It is he who showed the children of men all the smitings of death, and he led astray Kawa, and showed the shield and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and for eternity. And the fourth was named Phenemuel. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from everlasting to everlasting and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good belief with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the messengers, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous. And death, which destroys all matters, could not have taken hold of them, but through this, their knowledge, they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me. And the fifth was named Yahuah. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smiting of spirits and demons, and the smiting of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the bites of the serpent, and the smiting which befalls through the noontide heat, the son of the serpent named Tavaet. And this is the task of Casvael, the chief of the oath which he showed to the qodeshim when he dwelt high above in esteem, and its name is baraḳ. This one requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might pronounce it in the oath, so that those might quake before that name, an oath who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. And he placed this oath, Akael, in the hand of Michael. And these are the secrets of this oath, and they are strong through his oath. And the Shamayim was suspended before the world was created and forever. And through it the earth was founded upon the water, and from the secret recesses of the mountains come pleasant waters, from the creation of the world and unto forever. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he appointed for it the sand against the time of anger, and it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto forever. And through that oath are the depths made, and endure and do not move from their place from everlasting to everlasting. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from everlasting to everlasting. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from everlasting to everlasting. And in the same way the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of all breezes, and paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder, and the light of the lightnings, and there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before Yahuah of hosts, and praise with all their power, and their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and esteem and exalt the name of Yahuah of hosts forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they baraḳ and esteemed and exalted, because the name of the bane of Aḍam had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his esteem, and the sum of judgment was given unto the bane of Aḍam, and he caused the sinners to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth, and those who have led the world astray. With chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned, and all their works vanish from the face of the earth. And from here on there shall be none corruptible, for the bane of Aḍam has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his esteem. And all evil shall pass away before his face, and the word of the bane of Aḍam shall go forth, and be strong before Yahuah of hosts. This is the third parable of Enoch. Chapter 70. And it came to be after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised above to the bane of Aḍam, and to Yahuah of hosts from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised above on the chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them, and he placed me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the messenger took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous, who from the beginning dwell in that place. Chapter 71. And it came to be after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the Shamayim. And I saw the Kodesh sons of Elohim. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like jacinth. And I fell on my face before Yahuah of hosts. And the messenger, Michael, seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the Shamayim, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the lights, where they proceed before the face of the qodeshim. And he translated my spirit into the Shamayim of Shamayim, and I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which surrounded that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they surrounded that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ophanim, and these are they who do not sleep, but guard the throne of his esteem. And I saw messengers who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the Kodesh messengers who are above the Shamayim, go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many Kodesh messengers without number. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his garments indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, with the spirit of power, and baraḳ, and esteemed and exalted. And these beraḳah, which went forth out of my mouth, were well pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of messengers without number. And he came to me and greeted me with his voice, and said to me, This is the bane of Aḍam, who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him. And the righteousness of the head of days does not forsake him. And he said to me, He proclaims unto you peace in the name of the world to come. For from here has proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto you forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsakes him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage, and they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with the bane of Aḍam, and the righteous shall have peace in an upright way, in the name of Yahuah of hosts, forever and ever. Chapter 72. The Book of the Courses of the Lights of the Shamayim, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the Kodesh messenger, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto everlasting, till the new creation is accomplished, which endures till everlasting. And this is the first law of the lights. The light, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the Shamayim, and is going down in the western portals of the Shamayim. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun goes down, and the moon rises and goes down in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows to the right and left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great light, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to that portal and shines in the face of the Shamayim. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th. And in that 4th portal, from which the sun rises in the first month, are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the Shamayim, he comes forth through that 4th portal 30 mornings in succession, and goes down exactly in the 4th portal in the west of the Shamayim. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter, to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 4th portal, and goes down in the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it and goes down in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and goes down in the 6th portal 31 mornings on account of its sign. On that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer, and the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and goes down 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and goes down in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal, and goes down in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 31 mornings on account of its sign, and goes down in the west. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal, and goes down in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and goes down in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day, till the 13th morning. And the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 3rd portal, and goes down in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east, and in the same way goes down in the 2nd portal in the west of the Shamayim. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from that 2nd portal, and goes down in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east into the 1st portal for for 31 mornings, and goes down in the first portal in the west of the Shamayim. And on that day, the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has traversed the divisions of its orbit and turns again on those divisions of its orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings and goes down also in the west opposite to it. And on that night, the night has decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those, its divisions of its orbit for 30 mornings, rising and going down. And on that day, the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day, the sun rises from that portal, and goes down in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 31 mornings, and goes down in the west of the Shamayim. On that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun they are separated. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises, the great light which is named the sun, forever and ever. And that which rises is the great light, and is so named according to its appearance, according as Yahuah commanded. As he rises, so he goes down, and does not decrease, and does not rest, but runs day and night, and its light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. Chapter 73. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller light, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in measure. And her rising and going down change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun. And thus she rises, and her first phase in the east comes forth on the 13th morning. And on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 13th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she goes down with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives a half of 1 part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the beginning of the lunar day, the moon goes down with the sun, and is invisible that night with the 14th part and the half of 1 of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun, and in her remaining days she becomes bright in the 13th parts. Chapter 74. And I saw another course, a law for her, how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the Kodesh messenger, who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions. And I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her going down, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon goes down with the sun, in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th. She goes forth for 7 days, and turns about, and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days. And she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moon rose and the sun went down in those days. And in 5 years are added together, the sun has an excess of 30 days, and all the days which increase to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the excess of the sun and of the stars amount to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto everlasting, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind. To the sum there is 5 to be added in 62 days. And in 5 years there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days 6 and 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. All 17 days she falls behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which it rises and goes down 30 days. Chapter 75. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year, and these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them men go astray therein, for those lights truly render service on the world stations, 1 in the 1st portal, 1 in the 3rd portal of the Shamayim, 1 in the 4th portal, and 1 in the 6th portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times, and the years and the days, the messenger Uriel showed to me, whom Yahuah of esteem has appointed forever over all the lights of the Shamayim, in the Shamayim and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the Shamayim, and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering beings which make the revolution, and all the chariots of the Shamayim. In the same way, 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun's chariot in the Shamayim, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them is warmth diffused over the earth, when they are opened at their appointed times. And for the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are opened, standing open in the Shamayim at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the Shamayim at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of the Shamayim in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and right of them, And one window at its appointed time produces warmth, corresponding to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he has commanded them, and wherein they are placed corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the Shamayim running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never go down. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that which makes its course through the entire world. Chapter 76. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the Shamayim, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of the Shamayim, and 3 on the left. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 are of those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of beraḳah and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell upon it, and on all which are in the water, and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal, in the middle, comes what is fitting. And from it there comes rain and fruitfulness, and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies towards the north, come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal, next to it, there comes forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal, lying to the west, come forth dew, and rain, locusts, and desolation. And after these, the north winds, from the 7th portal in the east, come dew, and rain, locusts, and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a different direction, health, and rain, and dew, and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud, and frost, and snow, and rain, and dew, and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds. Through the first portal, adjoining the north, come forth dew, and frost, and cold, and snow, and ice. And from the middle portal come forth dew, and rain, and prosperity, and beraḳah. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come forth drought, and desolation, and burning, and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the Shamayim are completed, and all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their goodness have I shown to you, my son, Methuselah. Chapter 77. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first, and the second the south, because the Most High will descend there. Even there, in quite a special sense, will he who is baruḳ forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the lights of the Shamayim diminish and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses, and forests, and rivers, and darkness, and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth. And from there comes forth frost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, pours its waters into the great sea. And these 2 come from the north to the sea, and pour their waters into the eastern sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the eastern sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there, and some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland and 5 in the great sea. Chapter 78. And the names of the sun are the following. The first are Yaris, and the second Teoma. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Asaniah, the second Evela, the third Benassi, and the fourth Ere. These are the 2 great lights. Their circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon, and in definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they go down and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the Shamayim. And when the moon rises, 1/14th part appears in the Shamayim. The light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light. And 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day. Her light is accomplished according to the signs of the year, and she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by 14 parts. And in her diminishing decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, on the second to 13 parts of light, on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the 5th to 10, on the 6th to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law, when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun. During 14 days her light is accomplished in the Shamayim, and when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the Shamayim. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun goes down in the west. And from the east she rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side where the light of the moon comes forth, there again she diminishes till all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her diminishing in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months, 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears 29 each. At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the Shamayim, and there is none else in her save her light. Chapter 79. And now, my son, I have shown you all matters, and the law of all the stars of the Shamayim is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week. And the diminishing of the moon, which takes place in the 6th portal, for in this 6th portal her light is accomplished. And after that there is the beginning of the diminishing, which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 and 2 days. She falls behind the sun in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period, and when this place which you see has been traversed. Such is the picture and sketch of every light which Uriel, the chief messenger, who is their leader, showed to me. Chapter 80. And in those days the messenger Uriel answered and said to me, See, I have shown you all matters, Ḥanoḳ, and I have revealed all to you that you should see. This sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the Shamayim, and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be late on their lands and fields, and all on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time, and the rain shall be kept back, and the Shamayim shall withhold. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time, and the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accordance with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them, and they shall be altered from all their ways. Also they shall go astray, and take them to be mighty ones. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. Chapter 81. And he said to me, Observe, Ḥanoḳ, these tablets of the Shamayim, and read what is written upon them, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the tablets of the Shamayim, and read all which was written, and understood all matters, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth to the remotest generations. And immediately I baraḳ the great Aḍon, the sovereign of esteem forever, in that he has made all the works of the world, and I exalted Yahuah because of his patience, and baraḳ him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Baruch is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 qodeshim brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare all matters to your son Methuselah, and show to all your children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of Yahuah, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave you with your son, till you give your commands, that you may teach your children and record for them, and witness to all your children, and in the 2nd year they shall take you from their midst. Let your heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinners shall die with the sinners, and the backslider go down with the backslider. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the wicked. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, giving beraḳah to the Aḍon of the world. Chapter 82. And now, my son Methuselah, all these I am recounting to you and writing down for you, and I have revealed to you all matters, and given you books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from your father's hand, and deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to you and to your children, and your children that shall be unto you, that they may give it to their children for generations, this wisdom that passes their thoughts. And those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that eat of it better than good food. Baruch are all the righteous. Baruch are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and do not sin as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days, in which the sun traverses the Shamayim, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the four which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. Owing to them, men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Also, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately. For they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded forever. 1 in the first portal, and 1 in the third, and 1 in the fourth, and 1 in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the lights, and months, and festivals, and years, and days, has Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Aḍon of the whole creation of the world has subjected the hosts of the Shamayim. And he has power over night and day in the Shamayim, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the Shamayim, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which go down in their places, and in their appointed times, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. There are 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months, and for the 360 there are heads over thousands who divide the days, and for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which divide the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained: Malchiel, Elimelech, and Melchiel, and Neireel. And the names of those who lead them: Athnarel, and Yesusael, and Elameel. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchiel rises first and rules, who is the name Tama-Eni, and Shemesh, and all the days of his dominion, whilst he bears rule, are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat, and heat, and calms. And all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Barachiel, Zelevtzel, and another who was added, a head of 1,000, called Kilyasaph. And the days of the dominion of this are at an end. The next leader after him is Kelemelech, whom one names him Shining Sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and all that is in the fields and the winepress, these take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gethaliah, Kaal, and Kial, and the name of the head of the 1,000 which is added to them, Aspha'al, and the days of his dominion are at an end. Chapter 83. And now, my son Methuselah, I will show you all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before you. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first, when I was learning to write; the second, before I took your mother, I saw a terrible vision. And regarding them, I prayed to Yahuah. I had laid down in the house of my grandfather, Mahalalel. I saw in a vision how the Shamayim collapsed and was taken away and fell to the earth. And when it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were torn from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And after that, a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalalel woke me as I lay near him, and said to me, Why do you cry so, my son, and why do you make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said to me, A terrible matter you have seen, my son, and of grave moment is your vision. As to the secrets of all the sin of the earth, it must sink into the abyss, and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my son, arise and make petition to Yahuah of esteem, since you are a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from the Shamayim all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I rose and prayed and implored and pleaded, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world. And I will show all matters to you, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below, and seen the Shamayim, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon going down in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and all as he had known it in the beginning, then I baraḳ Yahuah of right ruling, and exalted him, because he had made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east, and he ascended and rose on the face of the Shamayim, and departed and kept traversing the path shown unto him. Chapter 84. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and baraḳ the Kadosh and Great One, and spoke with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which Elohim has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak with, and he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak with him. Baruch are you, O Aḍon, sovereign, great, and mighty in your greatness, Aḍon of the whole creation of the Shamayim, sovereign of sovereigns, and Elohim of the whole world. And your power and reign and greatness abide forever and ever, and throughout all generations. Your dominion and all the Shamayim are your throne forever, and the whole earth your footstool forever and ever. For you have made, and you rule all, and no matter is too hard for you. Wisdom does not depart from the place of your throne, nor turn away from your presence. And you know and see and hear all matters, and there is none hidden from you, for you see all. And now the messengers of your Shamayim are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men your wrath abides until the great day of judgment. And now, O Elohim and Aḍon and great sovereign, I implore and pray to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, Aɗonai, Destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused your wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as a plant of the eternal seed, and do not hide your face from the prayer of your servant, O Yahuah. Chapter 85. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to you, my son. And Enoch lifted up and spoke to his son Methuselah. To you, my son, will I speak. Hear my words. Incline your ear to the vision of your father. Before I took your mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and see, a bull came forth from the earth, and the bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer, and along with this came forth two bulls, one of them black and the other red. And the black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and I could no longer see the red bull. But the black bull grew, and the heifer went with him. And I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And the cow, the first one, went from the presence of the first bull in order to seek the red one, but did not find, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till the first bull came to her, and quieted her, and from that time onward she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls and black cows. And I saw in my sleep the white bull likewise grow, and become a great white bull, and from him proceeded many white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to bring forth many white bulls, which resembled them, one following the other, very many. Chapter 86. And again I saw with my eyes as I slept, and I saw the Shamaim above, and see, a star fell from the Shamaim, and it arose, and ate, and pastured amongst those oxen. And after that I saw the large and the black oxen, and see, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the Shamaim, and see, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from the Shamaim to the first star, and they became bulls amongst those cattle, and pastured with them amongst them. And I looked at them and saw, and see, they all let out their members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen. And they all became pregnant, and brought forth elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were frightened at them, and began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began also to devour those oxen. And see, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. Chapter 87. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised my eyes again to the Shamaim, and I saw in the vision, and see, there came forth from the Shamaim beings who were like white men, and 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had last come forth grasped me by my hand, and took me up, away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a high place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said to me, Remain here till you see all that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. Chapter 88. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized the first star which had fallen from the Shamaim, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now the abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants, and camels, and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And as I was watching in the vision, see, one of those four who had come forth, thrown from the Shamayim, and gathered and took all the great stars, whose members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them in an abyss of the earth. Chapter 89. And one of those four went to the white bull and instructed him in a secret, without being terrified. He was born a bull and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt upon it. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in the vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised my eyes towards the Shamayim, and saw a high roof, with 7 water torrents upon them, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and see, fountains were open on the surface of the great enclosure, and the water began to swell and rise upon the surface. And I saw the enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, and mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of the water had risen above the height of the enclosure, and was streaming over the enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of the enclosure were gathered together until I saw how they sank, and were swallowed up and perished in the water. But the vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, perished and sunk to the depths. And again I saw in the vision till those water torrents were removed from the high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible. But the vessel rested on the earth, and the darkness withdrew, and light appeared. But the white bull, which had become a man, came out of the vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like the bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black. And the white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts of the field and birds. So there arose different kinds: lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, pigs, hawks, vultures, hawks, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull. And they began to bite one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them brought forth a wild ass, and a white bull with it. And the wild asses multiplied. But the bull which was born from him brought forth a black wild boar, and a white sheep. And the former brought forth many boars, but the sheep brought forth 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves, and the sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Aḍon brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves. And they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to terror them, and they oppressed them until they cried aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Aḍon. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses. And I saw the sheep how they lamented and cried, and pleaded their Aḍon with all their might, till that Aḍon of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a high abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called the sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spoke with it concerning the wolves, that it should warn them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Aḍon. And another sheep met it, and went with it. And the 2 went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spoke with them, and warned them not to touch the sheep from here on. And after that I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power, and the sheep cried aloud. And the Aḍon came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves, and the wolves began to make lamentation. But the sheep became quiet and immediately ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves. But the eyes of the wolves were blinded, and the wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their might. And the Aḍon of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all his sheep followed him. And his face was dazzling and magnificent, and awesome to look upon. But the wolves began to pursue the sheep till they reached a sea of water. And the sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Aḍon led them and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as the wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of the sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and the wolves ran after them into the sea. And when they saw the Aḍon of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But the sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created, and the water swelled and rose till it covered the wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued the sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from the water, and went forth into a wilderness, where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes and to see. And I saw the Aḍon of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass, and that sheep going and leading them. And that sheep ascended to the summit of that high rock, and the Aḍon of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Aḍon of the sheep who stood before them, and his appearance was great and awesome and majestic, and all the sheep saw him and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him, and they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, We are not able to stand before our Aḍon or to look upon him. And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of the rock, but the sheep began to be blinded and to wander from the way which he had showed them. But that sheep was not thereof. And the Aḍon of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them. And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took the other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence, and thus that sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became a man, and built a house for the Aḍon of the sheep, and placed all the sheep in the house. And I saw till this sheep which had met that sheep which led them fell asleep. And I saw till all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them, and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they ceased crying for that sheep, and crossed the stream of water. And there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. And I saw till the sheep came to a pleasant place, and a pleasant and magnificent land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and the house stood amongst them in the pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose, and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Aḍon of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram from their midst, which led them. And the ram began to butt on either side those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep whose eyes were open saw the ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its esteem, and began to butt those sheep, and trampled upon them, and behaved itself indecently. And the Aḍon of the sheep sent the lamb to another lamb, and raised it to being a ram and leader of the sheep, instead of that ram which had forsaken its esteem. And it went to it, and spoke to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these, those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first ram pursued the second ram, and the second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till the dogs pulled down the first ram. And the second ram arose and led the little sheep. And those sheep grew and multiplied. But all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it. And the ram butted and killed the wild beasts. And those wild beasts had no longer any power among the sheep, and robbed them no more. And the ram brought forth many sheep, and fell asleep. And a little sheep became a ram in its place, and became prince and leader of those sheep. And the house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. A tower high and great was built on the house for the Aḍon of the sheep. And the house was low, but the tower was elevated and high. And the Aḍon of the sheep stood on the tower, and they offered a full table before him. And again I saw the sheep, that they again strayed, and went many ways, and forsook that their house. And the Aḍon of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep, and sent them to the sheep. But the sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved, and was not slain. And it sped away, and cried aloud over the sheep. And they sought to slay it, but the Aḍon of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep, to witness to them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Aḍon, and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Aḍon of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter, and betrayed his place. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hands of the lions, to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my might, and to appeal to the Aḍon of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep, that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured and swallowed and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they might pasture them. And he spoke to the shepherds and their companions, Let each individual of you pasture the sheep hereon, and all that I shall command you, that do. And I will deliver them over to you, duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them you destroy. And he gave over to them those sheep. And he called another and spoke to him, Observe and mark all that the shepherds will do to the sheep, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. And every excess and the destruction which will be wrought through the shepherds, record how many they destroy according to my command, and how many according to their own desire. Record against every individual shepherd all the destruction he effects, and read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a witness against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may know and see what they do, whether or not they live by my command which I have commanded them. But they shall not know it, and you shall not declare it to them, nor admonish them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I saw till the shepherds pastured in their season, and they began to slay and to destroy more than they were ordered. And they delivered the sheep into the hand of the lions. And the lions and tigers ate and devoured the greater part of the sheep. And the wild boars ate along with them. And they burnt the tower and demolished the house. And I became exceedingly sorrowful over the tower, because the house of the sheep was demolished. And afterwards I was unable to see if the sheep entered the house. And the shepherds and their associates delivered over the sheep to all the wild beasts to devour them. And each one of them received in his time a definite number. It was written by the other in a book how many each one of them destroyed of them. And each one slew and destroyed many more than was prescribed. And I began to weep and lament on account of those sheep. And thus in the vision I saw the one who wrote, how he wrote down every one that was destroyed by those shepherds, day by day, and carried up and laid down, and even showed the whole book to the Aḍon of the sheep, all that they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all that they had given over to destruction. And the book was read before the Aḍon of the sheep, and he took the book from his hand, and read it, and sealed it, and laid it down. And immediately I saw how the shepherds pastured for 12 hours, and see, 3 of those sheep turned back, and came, and entered, and began to build up all that had fallen down of the house. But the wild boars tried to prevent them, but they were not able. And they began again to build as before, and they raised up the tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began again to place a table before the tower, but all the bread on it was polluted and not pure. And as regarding all this, the eyes of the sheep were blinded, so that they did not see, and their shepherds likewise, and they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds for destruction, and they trampled the sheep with their feet and devoured them. And the Aḍon of the sheep remained unmoved till all the sheep were dispersed over the field, and mingled with them, and they did not save them out of the hand of the beast. And the one who wrote the book carried it up, and showed it, and read it before the Aḍon of the sheep, and implored him on their account, and pleaded with him on their account, as he showed him all the doings of the shepherds, and gave witness before him against all the shepherds. And he took the actual book, and laid it down beside him, and departed. Chapter 90. And I saw till that in this manner 35 shepherds undertook the pasturing, and by number they completed their periods as did the first. And others received them into their hands to pasture them for their period, each shepherd in his own period. And after that I saw in my vision all the birds of the Shamaim coming, the eagles, the vultures, the hawks, the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour those sheep, and to peck out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And as for me, I looked and lamented in my sleep over the shepherd who pastured the sheep. And I saw until the sheep were devoured by the dogs and eagles and hawks, and they left neither flesh nor skin nor sinew remaining on them, till only their bones stood there, and their bones too fell to the earth, and the sheep became few. And I saw until the 23 had undertaken the pasturing, and completed in their numbered periods 58 times. But see, lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes and to see, and to cry to the sheep. Therefore they cried to them, but they did not listen to what they said to them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes were exceedingly blinded. And I saw in the vision how the ravens flew upon those lambs, and took one of those lambs, and dashed the sheep in pieces, and devoured them. And I saw till horns grew upon those lambs, and the ravens cast down their horns. And I saw till there sprouted a great horn of one of those sheep, and their eyes were opened. And it looked at them, and their eyes opened, and it cried to the sheep, and the rams saw it, and all ran to it. And notwithstanding all this, the eagles and vultures and ravens and hawks still kept tearing the sheep, and swooping down upon them, and devouring them. Still the sheep remained silent, but the rams lamented and cried out. And those ravens fought and battled with it, and sought to lay low its horn, but they had no power over it. And I saw till the shepherds and eagles and the vultures and kites came, and they cried to the ravens that they should break the horn of the ram. And they battled and fought with it, and it battled with them, and cried that its help might come. And I saw till the man who wrote down the names of the shepherds and lifted up into the presence of the Aḍon of the sheep. And I saw till the Aḍon of the sheep came to them in wrath, and all who saw him fled, and they all fell from before his face. All the eagles and vultures and ravens and hawks were gathered together, and there came with them all the sheep of the field. Even all came together and helped each other to break the horn of the ram. And I saw the man who wrote the book according to the command of Yahuah, till he opened the book concerning the destruction which those 12 last shepherds had wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors before the Aḍon of the sheep. And I saw till the Aḍon of the sheep came to them, and took in his hand the staff of his wrath, and smote the earth, and the earth broke apart, and all the beasts and all the birds of the Shamayim fell from among the sheep, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw till a great sword was given to the sheep, and the sheep proceeded against all the beasts of the field to slay them, and all the beasts and the birds of the Shamayim fled before their face. And I saw till a throne was erected in the pleasant land, and the Aḍon of the sheep sat himself upon it, and the other took the sealed books, and opened these books before the Aḍon of the sheep. And the Aḍon called those men, the 7 first white ones, and commanded that they should bring before him, beginning with the first star which led the way, all the stars whose members were like those of horses, and they brought them all before him. And he said to the man who wrote before him, being one of those 7 white ones, and said to him, Take those 70 shepherds to whom I delivered the sheep, and who, taking them on their own authority, slew more than I commanded them. And see, they were all bound, I saw, and they all stood before him. And the judgment was held first over the stars, and they were judged and found guilty, and went to the place of condemnation. And they were cast into an abyss, full of fire and flaming, and full of pillars of fire. And those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty, and they were cast into the fiery abyss. And I saw at that time how like an abyss was opened in the midst of the earth, full of fire. And they brought those blinded sheep, and they were all judged and found guilty, and cast into the fiery abyss, and they burned. Now this abyss was to the right of the house. And I saw the sheep burning, and their bones burning. And I stood up to see till they folded up the old house, and carried off all the pillars, and all the beams and ornaments of the house that were at the same time folded up with it. And they carried it off, and laid it in a place in the south of the land. And I saw till the Aḍon of the sheep brought a new house greater and higher than that first, and put it up in the place of the first, which had been folded up. All its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new, and larger than those of the first. The old one which he had taken away, and all the sheep were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts on the earth, and all the birds of the Shamayim, falling down, and doing obeisance to those sheep, and making petition to, and obeying them in every matter. And after this, those 3 who were clothed in white, and had seized me by my hand, who had taken me up before, and the hand of the ram also seizing hold of me, they took me up, and put me down in the midst of the sheep, before the judgment took place. And the sheep were all white, and their wool was abundant and clean. And all that had been destroyed and dispersed, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the Shamayim assembled in the house. And the Aḍon of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because they were all good, and had returned to his house. And I saw till they laid down the sword, which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the Aḍon. And all the sheep were invited into the house, but it did not hold them. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the good, and there was not one among them that did not see. And I saw that the house was large and broad and very full. And I saw that a white bull was born, with large horns, and all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the Shamayim feared him, and made petition to him all the time. And I saw till all their generations were transformed, and they all became white bulls. And the first among them became a lamb, and that lamb became a great animal, and had great black horns on its head. And the Aḍon of the sheep rejoiced over it, and over all the oxen. And I slept in their midst, and I awoke and saw all matters. This is the vision which I saw while I slept. And I awoke and baraḳ Yahuah of righteousness, and gave him esteem. Then I wept with a great weeping, and my tears did not cease till I could no longer endure. When I saw, they flowed on account of what I had seen. For all matters shall come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of men in their order were shown to me. On that night I remembered the first vision, and because of it I wept and was troubled, because I had seen that vision. Chapter 91. And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all your brothers, and gather together to me all the sons of your mother. For the word calls me, and the ruach is poured out upon me, that I may show you all matters that shall befall you forever. And therefore Methuselah went and summoned to him all his brothers, and assembled his relatives. And he spoke to all the children of righteousness, and said, Hear, you sons of Ḥanoḳ, all the words of your father, and hear the voice of my mouth. For I urge you, and say unto you, beloved, love uprightness, and walk in it, and do not draw near to uprightness with a double heart, and do not associate with those of a double heart, but walk in righteousness, my sons, and it shall guide you on good paths, and righteousness shall be your companion. For I know that violence must increase on the earth, and a great chastisement be executed on the earth, and all unrighteousness come to an end. Therefore it shall be cut off from its roots, and its whole structure be destroyed. And unrighteousness shall again be consummated on the earth, and all the deeds of unrighteousness and of violence and transgression shall prevail in a double amount. And when sin and unrighteousness and blasphemy and violence and all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy and transgression and uncleanness increase, a great chastisement shall come from the Shamayim upon all these, and the Aḍon will come forth with wrath and chastisement to execute judgment on earth. In those days violence shall be cut off from its roots, and the roots of unrighteousness together with deceit, and they shall be destroyed from under the Shamayim. And all the idols of the nations shall be abandoned, and the temples burned with fire, and they shall remove them from the whole earth, and they shall be cast into the judgment of fire, and shall perish in wrath and in grievous judgment forever. And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom shall arise, and be given unto them. And after that the roots of unrighteousness shall be cut off, and the sinners shall be destroyed by the sword, and the blasphemers destroyed in every place, and those who plan violence and those who commit blasphemy shall perish by the sword. And now I tell you, my sons, and show you the paths of righteousness and the paths of violence. Therefore I will show them to you again, that you may know what will come to pass. And now hear me, my sons, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and do not walk in the paths of violence, for all who walk in the paths of unrighteousness shall perish forever. Chapter 92. The book written by Enoch. Enoch indeed wrote this complete instruction of wisdom, praised of all men, and a judge of all the earth, for all my children who shall dwell on the earth, and for the generations to come, who shall observe uprightness and peace. Let not your spirit be troubled on account of the times, for the Kadash and Great One has appointed days for all matters, and the righteous one shall arise from sleep, shall arise and walk in the paths of righteousness, and all his way and conversations shall be in eternal goodness and favor. He will show favor to the righteous and give him eternal uprightness, and he will give him power so that he shall be in goodness and righteousness, and he shall walk in eternal light. And sin shall perish in darkness forever, and shall be seen no more from that day to everlasting. Chapter 93. And after that, Enoch both gave and began to recount from the books. And Enoch said, concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plant of uprightness, I will speak these matters. Therefore I, Enoch, will declare unto you, my sons, according to that which appeared to me in the vision of the Shamayim, and which I have known through the word of the Kodesh messengers, and have learned from the tablets of the Shamayim. And Enoch began to recount from the books, and said, I was born the 7th in the 1st week, while judgment and righteousness still endured. And after me there shall arise in the 2nd week great wickedness, and deceit shall have sprung up. And in it there shall be the first end, and in it a man shall be saved. And after it is ended, unrighteousness shall grow up, and a law shall be made for the sinners. And after that, in the 3rd week, at its close, a man shall be elected as the plant of righteous judgment, and his posterity shall become the plant of righteousness for everlasting. And after that, in the 4th week, at its close, visions of the Kodesh and righteous shall be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them. And after that, in the 5th week, at its close, the house of esteem and dominion shall be built forever. And after that, in the 6th week, all who live in it shall be blinded, and the hearts of all of them shall wickedly forsake wisdom. And in it a man shall ascend, and at its close the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root shall be dispersed. And after that, in the 7th week, shall an apostate generation arise, and its deeds shall be many, and all its deeds shall be apostate. And at its close shall be elected the elect righteous of the eternal plant of righteousness, to receive 7-fold instruction concerning all his creation. For who is there of all the children of men that is able to hear the voice of the Kadash one without being troubled? And who can think his thoughts? And who is there that can look upon all the works of the Shamayim? And how should there be one who could look upon the Shamayim? And who is there that could understand the matters of the Shamayim, and see a being or a spirit, and could tell of it, or ascend and see all their ends, and think them, or do like them? And who is there of all men that could know what is the breadth and length of the earth, and to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Or is there anyone who could discern the length of the Shamayim, and how great is its height, and upon what it is founded, and how great is the number of the stars, and where all the lights rest. Chapter 94. And now I say unto you, my sons, love righteousness, and walk in it. For the paths of righteousness are worth our acceptance, but the paths of unrighteousness shall suddenly be destroyed and vanish. And to certain men of a generation shall the paths of violence and of death be revealed, and they shall hold themselves far from them, and shall not follow them. And now I say unto you, the righteous, do not walk in the paths of wickedness, nor in the paths of death, and do not draw near to them, lest you be destroyed. But seek and choose for yourselves righteousness and an elect life, and walk in the paths of peace, and you shall live and prosper. And hold fast my words in the thoughts of your hearts, and do not allow them to be erased from your hearts. For I know that sinners will tempt men to evilly entreat wisdom, so that no place may be found for her, and no manner of temptation may diminish. Woe to those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation. For they shall be suddenly overthrown, and they shall have no peace. Woe to those who build their houses with sin, for from all their foundations they shall be overthrown, and by the sword they shall fall. And those who acquire gold and silver and judgment shall suddenly perish. Woe to you, you rich, for you have trusted in your riches, and by your riches you shall stray, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches. You have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter, and the day of darkness, and the day of the great judgment. Thus I speak and declare unto you, he who has created you will overthrow you, and for your fall there shall be no compassion, and your Creator will rejoice at your destruction. And your righteous ones in those days shall be a rebuke to the sinners and the wicked. Chapter 95. Oh, that my eyes were a cloud of waters, that I might weep over you, and pour down my tears as a cloud of waters, so that I might rest from my trouble of heart. Who has permitted you to practice reproaches and wickedness? And so judgment shall overtake you, sinners. Do not fear the sinners, you righteous, for again Yahuah will deliver them into your hands, that you may execute judgment upon them according to your desires. Woe to you who speak out curses which cannot be reversed. Healing shall therefore be far from you because of your sins. Woe to you who reward your neighbor with evil, for you shall be rewarded according to your works. Woe to you, lying witnesses, and to those who weigh out injustice, for suddenly you shall perish. Woe to you, sinners, for you persecute the righteous, for you shall be delivered up and persecuted because of injustice, and its yoke shall be heavy upon you. Chapter 96. Be expectant, you righteous, for suddenly the sinners shall perish before you, and you shall have authority over them according to your desires. And in the day of the tribulation of the sinners, your children shall arise, and rise as eagles, and higher than the vultures will be your nest. And you shall ascend and enter the crevices of the earth, and the clefts of the rock forever, as rabbits before the unrighteous, and the demons shall sigh because of you, and weep. Therefore fear not, you that have suffered, for healing shall be your portion, and a bright light shall enlighten you, and the voice of rest you shall hear from the Shamayim. Woe unto you, you sinners, For your riches make you appear like the righteous, but your hearts convict you of being sinners. And this fact shall be a witness against you for remembrance of evil deeds. Woe to you who devour the finest of the wheat, and drink wine in large bowls, and tread the lowly underfoot with your might. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly you shall be consumed and wither away, because you have forsaken the fountain of Kai. Woe to you who work unrighteousness and deceit and blasphemy. It shall be a remembrance against you for evil. Woe to you, you mighty, who with might oppress the righteous, for the day of your destruction is coming. In those days many and good days shall come to the righteous in the day of your judgment. Chapter 97. Believe, you righteous, that the sinners will become a shame and perish in the day of unrighteousness. Be it known unto you that the Most High is mindful of your destruction, and the messengers of the Shamayim rejoice over your destruction. What will you do, you sinners, and where will you flee on that day of judgment, when you hear the voice of the prayer of the righteous? Therefore, you shall be like them against whom this word shall be a witness. You have been companions of sinners. And in those days, the prayers of the righteous shall reach unto Yahuah, and for you the days of your judgment shall come. And all the words of your unrighteousness shall be read out before the great Kadash one, and your faces shall be covered with shame. And he will reject every work which is grounded on unrighteousness. Woe to you, you sinners, who live on the mid-ocean and on the dry land, whose remembrance is evil against you. Woe to you who acquire silver and gold in unrighteousness, and say, we have become rich with riches, and have possessions, and have acquired all we have desired. And now let us do what we schemed, for we have gathered silver, and the farmers are many in our houses, and our granaries are full as with water. Therefore, like water, your lies shall flow away, for your riches shall not endure, but speedily depart from you. For you have acquired it all in unrighteousness, and you shall be given over to a great curse. Chapter 98. And now I swear unto you, to the wise and to the foolish, for you shall have many experiences on the earth. For you men shall put on more adornments than a woman, and more colored garments than a maiden, in royalty and in splendor and in power, and in silver and in gold and in purple, and in splendor and in food they shall be poured out as water. Therefore they shall be lacking in instruction and wisdom, and they shall perish thereby together with their possessions, and with all their esteem and their splendor, and in shame and in slaughter and in great destitution their spirits shall be cast into the furnace of fire. I have sworn unto you, you sinners, as a mountain has not become a slave, and a hill does not become the handmaid of a woman, even so sin has not been sent upon the earth, but man of himself has created it. And under a great curse they who commit it shall fall. And barrenness has not been given to the woman, but on account of the deeds of her own hands she dies without children. I have sworn unto you, you sinners, by the Kadash Great One, that all your evil deeds are revealed in the Shamayim, and that none of your deeds of oppression are covered and hidden. And do not think in your spirit, nor say in your heart, that you do not know, and that you do not see, that every sin is recorded in the Shamayim every day in the presence of the Most High. From here on, you know that all your oppression with which you oppress is written down every day till the day of your judgment. Woe to you, you fools, for through your folly you shall perish, and you transgress against the wise, and so goodness shall not be your portion. And now, know that you are prepared for the day of destruction. Therefore, do not expect to live, you sinners, but you shall depart and die. For you know no ransom, for you are prepared for the day of the great judgment, for the day of tribulation and great shame for your spirits. Woe to you, you obstinate of heart, who work wickedness and eat blood. From where have you good to eat and to drink and be filled? From all the good which Yahuah the Most High has placed in abundance on the earth. Therefore you shall have no peace. Woe to you who love the deeds of unrighteousness. Why do you wait for good to happen unto yourselves? Know that you shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous, and they shall cut off your necks and slay you, and have no compassion upon you. Woe to you who rejoice in the tribulation of the righteous, for no grave shall be dug for you. Woe to you who bring to naught the words of the righteous, for you shall have no expectancy of Kai. Woe to you who write down lying and wicked words, for they write down their lies, that men may hear them and act wickedly towards neighbors. Therefore they shall have no peace, but die a sudden death. Chapter 99. Woe to you who work wickedness, and exalt in lying, and exalt them. You shall perish, and no baraḳ shall be yours. Woe to them who pervert the words of uprightness, and transgress the eternal law, and transform themselves into what they were not, into sinners. They shall be trodden under foot upon the earth. In those days prepare, you righteous, to raise your prayers as a remembrance, and place them as a witness before the messengers, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a remembrance before the Most High. In those days the nations shall be stirred up, and the clans of the nations shall rise on the day of destruction. And in those days the destitute shall go forth and carry off their children, and they shall abandon them, so that their children shall perish through them. Also they shall abandon their nursing infants, and not return to them, and shall have no pity on their beloved ones. And again I swear to you, you sinners, that sin is prepared for a day of unceasing bloodshed. And they who worship stones, and graven images of gold, and silver, and wood, and clay, and those who worship impure spirits, and demons, and all kinds of idols not according to knowledge, shall get no manner of help from them. And they shall become wicked because of the wickedness of their hearts, and their eyes shall be blinded through the fears of their hearts, and through visions in their dreams. Through these they shall become wicked and fearful, for they shall have wrought all their work in a lie, and shall have worshipped a stone. Therefore in an instant shall they perish. But in those days baruḳ are all they who accept the words of wisdom, and understand them, and observe the ways of the Most High, and walk in the path of his righteousness, and do not become wicked with unrighteousness, for they shall be saved. Woe to you who spread evil to your neighbors, for you shall be slain in Gehenna. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and who cause bitterness on the earth, for thereby they shall be utterly consumed. Woe to you who build your houses through the grievous toil of others, and all their building materials are the bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, you shall have no peace. Woe to them who reject the measure and eternal heritage of their fathers, and whose beings follow after idols, for they shall have no rest. Woe to them who work unrighteousness and help oppression, and slay their neighbors until the day of the great judgment. For he shall cast down your esteem and bring affliction on your hearts, and shall arouse his fierce indignation and destroy you all with the sword. And all the Qodesh and righteous shall remember your sins. Chapter 100. And in those days, in one place, the fathers together with their sons shall be smitten, and brothers one with another shall fall in death, till the streams flow with their blood. For a man shall not withhold his hand from slaying his sons and his sons' sons, and the sinner shall not withhold his hand from his honored brother. From dawn till sundown they shall slay one another. And the horse shall walk up to the breast in the blood of sinners, and the chariot shall be submerged to its height. In those days the messengers shall descend into the secret places, and gather together into one place all those who brought down sin, and the Most High will arise on that day of judgment to execute great judgment amongst sinners. And over all the righteous and Qodesh he will appoint guardians from amongst the Qodesh messengers to guard them as the apple of an eye, until he makes an end of all wickedness and all sin. And though the righteous sleep a long sleep, they have naught to fear. And the children of the earth shall see the wise in security, and shall understand all the words of this book, and recognize that their riches shall not be able to save them in the overthrow of their sins. Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish, you who afflict the righteous and burn them with fire. You shall be rewarded according to your works. Woe to you, you obstinate of heart, who watch in order to devise wickedness. Therefore, fear shall come upon you, and there shall be none to help you. Woe to you, you sinners, on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands, which your wickedness has wrought. In blazing flames, burning worse than fire, you shall burn. And now, know that from the messengers he will inquire as to your deeds in the Shamayim, from the sun and from the moon and from the stars, in reference to your sins, because upon the earth you execute judgment on the righteous. And he will summon to witness against you every cloud and mist and dew and rain, for they shall all be withheld because of you from descending upon you, and they shall be mindful of your sins. And now give presents to the rain, that it be not withheld from descending upon you, nor even the dew, when it has received gold and silver from you, that it may descend. When the frost and snow with their chilliness, and all the snowstorms with all their plagues fall upon you, in those days you shall not be able to stand before them. Chapter 101. Observe the Shamayim, you children of the Shamayim, and every work of the Most High, and revere him, and work no evil in his presence. If he closes the windows of the Shamayim, and withholds the rain and the dew from descending on the earth on your account, what will you do then? And if he sends his anger upon you because of your deeds, you cannot petition him, for you spoke proud and insolent words against his righteousness. Therefore you shall have no peace. And do you not see the sailors of the ships, how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves, and are shaken by the winds, and are in much trouble? And therefore they fear, because all their pleasant possessions go upon the sea with them, and they have evil forebodings of heart, that the sea will swallow them, and they will perish therein. Are not the entire sea, and all its waters, and all its movements, the work of the Most High? And has he not appointed limits to its doings, and confined it throughout by the sand? And at his rebuke it is afraid and dries up, and all its fish die, and all that is in it. But you sinners that are on the earth do not revere him. Has he not made the Shamayim and the earth, and all that is in them? Who has given understanding and wisdom to all that moves on the earth and in the sea? Do not the sailors of the ships revere the sea? Yet sinners do not revere the Most High. Chapter 102. In those days, when he has brought a grievous fire upon you, where will you flee? And where will you find deliverance? And when he launches forth his word against you, will you not be frightened and revere? And all the lights shall be frightened with great fear, and all the earth shall be frightened and tremble and be alarmed. And all the messengers shall execute their commands, and shall seek to hide themselves from the presence of the great esteem. And the children of earth shall tremble and quake, and you sinners shall be cursed forever, and you shall find no peace. Fear not, you beings of the righteous, and have expectancy, you that have died in righteousness. And do not grieve if your being has descended into the grave in grief, and that in your life your body did not fare according to your goodness. But wait for the day of the judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. And yet, when you die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, so the righteous die. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? See, even as we, so they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From here on, we are equal. And what will they receive, and what will they see forever? See, they too have died, and hereon forever they shall see no light. I tell you, you sinners, you are content to eat and drink and rob and sin and strip men naked and acquire wealth and see good days. Have you seen the righteous, how their end comes to pass, that no manner of violence is found in them till their death? Nevertheless, they perished and became as though they had not been, and their spirits descended into the grave in tribulation. Chapter 103. Now, therefore, I swear to you, the righteous, by the esteem of the great and honored and Al Shaddai in dominion, and by his greatness I swear to you. I know a mystery, and have read the tablets of the Shamayim, and have seen the Kodesh books, and have found the writing in them, and written regarding them, that all goodness and joy and esteem are prepared for them, and written down for the spirits of those who have died in righteousness, and that much good shall be given to you in reward for your labors, and that your lot is abundantly beyond the lot of the living. And the spirits of you who have died in righteousness shall live and rejoice, and their spirits shall not perish, nor their remembrance from before the face of the Great One, unto all the generations of the world. Therefore no longer fear their revelings. Woe to you, you sinners, when you have died, if you die in the wealth of your sins, and those who are like you say regarding you, Baruch are the sinners, they have seen all their days, and how they have died in prosperity and in wealth, and have not seen tribulation or murder in their life, and they have died in honor, and judgment has not been executed on them during their life. Know that their beings will be made to descend into the grave, and they shall be wretched in their great tribulation. And into darkness and chains and a burning flame, where there is grievous judgment, your spirit shall enter, and the great judgment shall be for all the generations of the world. Woe to you, for you shall have no peace. Do not say in regard to the righteous and good who are in life, in our troubled days we have toiled laboriously and experienced every trouble, and met with much evil, and been consumed, and have become few, and our spirit small. And we have been destroyed, and have not found any to help us, even with a word. We have been tortured and destroyed, and not expected to see life from day to day. We expected to be the head, and have become the tail. We have toiled laboriously, and had no satisfaction in our toil. And we have become the food of the sinners and the unrighteous, and they have laid their yoke heavily upon us. They have had dominion over us, and hated us, and smote us. And to those that hated us, we have bowed our necks, but they did not pity us. We desired to get away from them, that we might escape and be at rest, but found no place where we should flee and be safe from them. And we complained to the rulers in our tribulation, and cried out against those who devoured us. But they did not attend to our cries, and would not hear our voice. And they helped those who robbed us, and devoured us, and those who made us few. And they concealed their oppression, and they did not remove from us the yoke of those that devoured us, and dispersed us, and murdered us. And they concealed their murder, and did not remember that they had lifted up their hands against us. Chapter 104. I swear unto you that in the Shamaim the messengers remember you for good before the esteem of the Great One, and your names are written before the esteem of the Great One. Have expectancy, for beforehand you were put to shame through ill and affliction. But now you shall shine as the lights of the Shamaim. You shall shine, and you shall be seen, and the doors of the Shamaim shall be opened to you. And in your cry for judgment, and it shall appear to you, for all your tribulation shall be visited on the rulers, and on all who helped those who plundered you. Have expectancy, and do not cast away your expectancies, for you shall have great joy as the messengers of the Shamaim. What shall you be obliged to do? You shall not have to hide on the day of the great judgment, and you shall not be found as sinners, and the eternal judgment shall be far from you for all the generations of the world. And now do not fear, you righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways. Do not be companions with them, but keep far from their violence, for you shall become companions of the hosts of the Shamaim. And although you sinners say, all our sins shall not be searched out and be written down, nevertheless they shall write down all your sins every day. And now I show unto you that light and darkness, day and night, see all your sins. Do not be wicked in your hearts, and do not lie, and do not alter the words of uprightness, nor charge with lying the words of the Kodesh Great One, nor take account of your idols, for all your lying and all your wickedness do not come forth in righteousness, but in great sin. And now I know this mystery, that sinners will change and pervert the words of righteousness in many ways, and will speak wicked words and lie, and practice great deceits, and write books concerning their words. But when they write down truthfully all my words in their languages, and do not change or diminish aught from my words, but write them all down truthfully, all that I first witnessed concerning them, then I know another mystery, that books will be given to the righteous and the wise to become a cause of joy and uprightness and much wisdom. And to them shall the books be given, and they shall believe in them and rejoice over them. And then all the righteous who have learned from them all the paths of uprightness shall be recompensed. Chapter 105. In those days Yahuah spoke to summon and witness to the children of earth concerning their wisdom. Show unto them, for you are their guides, and a recompense over the whole earth. For I, and my bane will be united with them forever in the paths of uprightness in their lives. And you shall have peace. Rejoice, you children of uprightness. Amen. Chapter 106. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him, and bore a son. And his body was white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes pleasant. And when he opened his eyes, he lit up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. And after that, he rose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with Yahuah of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said to him, I have begotten a strange son, different from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of the Eloah of the Shamayim. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his face is magnificent. And it seems to me that he is not brought forth from me, but from the messengers. And I fear that in his days a wonder may be wrought on the earth. And now, my father, I am here to petition you and implore you that you may go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is amongst the messengers. And when Methuselah heard the words of his son, he came to me to the ends of the earth, for he had heard that I was there. And he cried aloud, and I heard his voice, and I came to him. And I said to him, See, here I am, my son. Why have you come to me? And he answered and said, Because of a great cause of anxiety I have come to you, and because of a disturbing vision I have approached. And now, my father, hear me. Unto Lamech, my son, there has been born a son, the like of whom there is none. And his nature is not like man's nature, and the color of his body is whiter than snow, and redder than the bloom of a rose. And the hair of his head is whiter than white wool, and his eyes are like the rays of the sun. And he opened his eyes, and after that lit up the whole house. And he rose in the hands of the midwife, and opened his mouth, and baraḳ Yahuah of the Shamayim. And his father Lamech became afraid, and fled to me, and did not believe that he was brought forth from him, but that he was in the likeness of the messengers of the Shamayim. And see, I have come to you, that you may make known to me the truth. And I, Enoch, answered and said to him, Yahuah will do a new matter on the earth. And this I have already seen in a vision, and make known to you, that in the generation of my father Yareth, some of the messengers of the Shamayim transgressed the word of Yahuah. And see, they commit sin, and transgress the law, and have united themselves with women, and committed sin with them, and have married some of them, and have brought forth children by them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the spirit, but according to the flesh. And there shall be a great punishment on the earth, and the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Therefore there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a flood, and a great destruction for 1 year. And this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him. When all mankind that are on the earth shall die, he and his sons shall be saved. And now make known to your son Lamech that he who has been born is in truth his son, and call his name Noach, for he shall be left to you, and he and his sons shall be saved from the destruction which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which shall be consummated on the earth in his days. And after that there shall be still more unrighteousness than that which was first consummated on the earth, For I know the mysteries of the qodeshim, for he, Yahuah, has showed me and informed me, and I have read in the tablets of the Shamayim. Chapter 107. And I saw written on them that generation upon generation shall transgress, till a generation of righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go and make known to your son Lamech that this son which has been born is in truth his son, and that is no lie. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had shown to him all matters in secret, he returned and showed to him and called the name of that son Noach, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction. Chapter 108. Another book which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who will come after him, and keep the law in the last days. You who have done good shall wait for those days, till an end is made of those who work evil, and an end of the might of the transgressors. And wait indeed till sin has passed away, for their names shall be blotted out of the book of Kai, and out of the Kodesh books, and their seed shall be destroyed forever, and their spirits shall be slain, and they shall cry and make lamentation in a place that is a wilderness of confusion, and in the fire they shall burn, for there is no earth there. And I saw there what looked like an invisible cloud, for because of its depth I could not look over. And I saw a flame of fire blazing brightly, and like shining mountains circling and sweeping to and fro. And I asked one of the Kodesh messengers who was with me, and said to him, What is this shining? For it is not the Shamayim, but only the flame of a blazing fire, and the voice of weeping and crying and lamentation and strong pain. And he said to me, This place which you see, here are cast the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, and of those who work wickedness, and of those who pervert all matters that Yahuah has spoken through the mouth of the Nevi'im, the matters that shall be. For some of them are written and inscribed above in the Shamayim, in order that the messengers may read them, and know that which shall befall the sinners, and the spirits of the humble, and of those who have afflicted their bodies, and been recompensed by Elohim, and of those who have been put to shame by wicked men, who love Elohim, and loved neither gold, nor silver, nor any of the pleasures which are in the world, but gave over their bodies to torture, who, since they came into being, did not long after earthly food, but regarded all matters as a passing breath, and lived accordingly. And Yahuah tried them much, and their spirits were found pure, so that they should baraḳ his name. And all the baraḳah destined for them I have recounted in the books, and he has assigned them their recompense, because they have been found to be such as loved the Shamayim more than their life in the world. And though they were trodden under foot of wicked men, and experienced abuse and reveling from them, and were put to shame, yet they baraḳ me. And now I will summon the spirits of the good who belong to the generation of light, and I will transform those who were born in darkness, who in the flesh were not recompensed with such honor as their trustworthiness deserved. And I will bring forth in shining light those who have loved my Kodesh name, and I will seat each on the throne of his honor, and they shall be resplendent for generations without number. For righteousness is the judgment of Elohim. For to the trustworthy he will give trustworthiness in the dwelling of upright paths. And they shall see those who were born in darkness led into darkness, while the righteous shall be resplendent. And the sinners shall cry aloud and see them resplendent, and they indeed will go where days and seasons are prescribed for them.